Hello and welcome everyone. I'm Shannon, writing under the pen name of SC Huston, and today I am back for the first live stream for me for the new year after a month-long break. It wasn't really a break. I took 2 days off. The rest of the time I was working. Although some of that I was writing. I finished up my third novel, I will be starting revisions on that here soon. But yes, today is a 12-hour live stream. I feel like I'm running over words here. I already had this conversation with my husband this morning. I was like saying different words than what I was actually thinking because my brain was going too fast. And he was like, "Oh, that's going to be fun on your sprint today." And I was like, yeah. But yeah, hello, everyone. What are you guys working on? So it will be 1 hour long sprints for those who are familiar with me. You know, that's usually what I've been doing. At least that's what I started doing toward the end of last year. 1 hour long sprints work the best for me. So use whatever works for you. And yeah, I have a few goals. I have a very packed revising and publishing schedule this year. I have it like all worked out in my planner that I write down a bunch of stuff in my planner. So I have it written down there, but I also have it like in a Word document, like, okay, from this day to this day, this is what I'm revising. From this day to this day, this is what I'm revising. This day I am prepping the manuscript for upload. This day I'm uploading, and like I just have a whole bunch for this year because I will have a total of 10 publications. And so yeah, what are you guys' goals for the year? I didn't get around to doing an author goals video again this year. I didn't do one last year. I had done one like every year, but yeah, just not doing as many videos anymore. But my 3 goals for this year, which one, for those who know me, you probably know this one was coming because I talked about it, but doing the Mill Wordy Challenge, which is writing 1,000,000 words in the year. And I got very, very close. So when I went on break, December 15th was my last day before I went on break. December 16th, I dove into my novel. I think I had like 108,000 words at the time. And I didn't stop writing. So I didn't actually do anything I was supposed to be doing to finish up the year, but I didn't stop writing until December 23rd. And I finished my book. It came in at 162,000, 162.2. Although I've done some revisions and I think it's almost 163 now. And I know there's other like scenes I need to get added in there. Things I was just like, I don't know what I'm gonna do with that yet. So I'm just gonna keep on writing until I finish the book. And I finished the book. I absolutely love this book, guys. It's such a relief because my last book, which is the book that's about to come out January 20th, I hated the process so much. The writing was so tough. And of course, that made it even worse for revising and editing because those are not my favorite parts of the writing process. And it ended up being a good story, but I still feel like I was not the best writer I could be to write the story that I had in my mind. And it's a good story. It's won 3 awards. But yeah, it kind of killed my joy for writing for a little bit there. But this book that I just finished, which is A Curse of Spikes and Smoke, I really, really love it. So my 3 goals for this year is the Mill Wordy Challenge. I got up to, by finishing my book last year, I got up to 976,000 words and some change. I don't remember the rest of it. But it's like 976,000 words. So I got really, really close to 1,000,000 words. It's still going to be a challenge because when I'm revising and editing, I don't get as many words added. And I'm revising and editing pretty heavily through like 7 months of this year, through July. So, and I didn't build in time to actually write anything new. But so we'll see how that goes. I'm sure I will be writing some things that are new. Second goal of the year is to publish the 10 books that I have in my mind. And then the third goal is I'm going to try and do the Kickstarter on that book later this year. And on my schedule, I have it between September and November, depending on where everything else falls in there in my schedule. So that's what I'm going to be doing. So in like working toward those goals, publishing the 10 books, I need to finish revising 2 of the novelettes that are in my next set of 3 novelettes that go to my Omega readers. So I had already done the first one last year. I need to revise the next 2 so I can get those to my Omega readers, which is on my schedule. That I don't remember what day I'm sending it to them, but get it to them so that I could do revisions and send it to my beta readers and do revisions and then get it ready for upload for publishing later this year. So the first one I'm working on is Flicker in the Fire Scion. I had already started revisions on it, so I don't think it's going to take me that long. And then I have the third one in that set is Tide Gift and the Water Guardian. So I should hopefully be able to get through all the revisions for both of those and then start on revisions for A Curse of Spikes and Smoke. I've already started revisions on those, on the main novel, and I don't remember where I left off, but I do have quite a bit to do. My camera keeps like freezing up on me. I don't know why. And it's only with StreamYard. So like, I was on a Zoom call yesterday and twice over the weekend, and it was not like stopping on me. So I don't know what it is with my camera and StreamYard. It's not wanting to play nice anymore. Let's say hello to you guys. Devin was first in morning pulling this up now, so I won't forget. I appreciate that. I'm aiming for 3,000 to 5,000 words today since family is visiting next week. Welcome back. And family visiting sounds wonderful. I hope you had a wonderful vacation. It was the first year because this was this was my fourth year of taking it, or my third year. I think it's my third. I don't remember what, my third or fourth year of taking a month-long vacation, and it's the first time where I didn't actually like go on vacation because I still had commitments that I had to get done. I had a beta read to finish. I had an editing draft I had to get done for Martin. If you guys know Martin and Malcolm, they are the writing duo behind Bradley Lejeune, and they have their fifth book coming out. And so I'm the editor on their book, and then Malcolm's like the editor in their duo, and Malcolm edits my books. So I had to edit their fifth book, and I think that book might be coming out this month or next month. And then I also had a video I still had due to Later Press. That was part of my contract when they sponsored us for the Author Tube Writing Conference. And yeah, I had 5 things that were due. And I wanted to get it done by the end of 2025, which if I hadn't spent 8 days writing my book, I would have got it done in time. I did finish everything by January 2nd. But then it was like pivot into getting ready for book launch because I have a book coming out in 5 days. So yeah, and just, yeah. And I've done some brainstorming. I've done some writing this year. I've done some brainstorming for the next book in the main series that I'm writing. So yeah, I haven't really gone on vacation. I took 2 days off. That's it. 2 days where I just sat on the couch and just watched shows and talked to my hubby. So hi, how's it going? Hope all is well. What are you guys working on? Hiya. So yeah, so I'll be revising. I already said this already. And then hello and welcome to the channel. I'm not sure how you would say the name, or if you have a different name that you like to go by. Like mine's SC Huston, but I do go by Shanon. And please let me know if there's something that you'd like me to call you. And welcome to the channel. Are you a writer or are you doing anything else? Just joined. Was curious about what this whole thing was about. So it's for most of us, it's like writing sprints, but or for a lot of people who come, it's writing sprints, but they're just sprints in which you can work on whatever you want to work on for that hour. And my normal like introduction I do is like whether you're reading or writing, housework, coursework, day job, or just taking care of you, you can use the sprints to be as productive as you want to be. Hi, Eva, how's it going? How did you guys all do? Like, how are your guys's your goals coming along? Yeah. Oops, jumped on me. Wow, that was a big jump. Okay. A co-working live stream. Sprint timers will appear, and during those we work whatever. During the in-betweens we chat. Yes, so we talk. Jocelyn, hello. It's so nice to see you. How's it going? When did you know you wanted to be a writer? I actually knew pretty early in life. I was 9 when I went to my parents and said I want to be a writer, and for years they tried to talk me out of it, and I did go a different route for a really long time because being a writer was not an easy thing to be back then. Still not really easy. It's easier to be published now. It's still not easy to make a living at it, I think. And that's what they were worried about, was me making a living at it. So good afternoon. Ooh, what part of the world are you in if it's afternoon for you? Thanks, Eva. Your goals in your newsletter was enough. Amazing goals, by the way. Oh, thank you. I actually do have like a 4th like goal that I guess I'm not saying it because I don't know if I'm going to keep up with it because I'm not good at it, which is, if you guys saw tomorrow, I have a live stream. I don't normally do live streams on Fridays, and it's just going to be a 1 hour live stream. And I just set it up for, in my mind, it's like an hour and a half because of talking before and after, but it's not going to be very long, just the 1 hour. And that's marketing my books. I have not spent time like digging into marketing my books since I had my trilogy, which the last one published in 2022, that was the Irish fantasy, because I did switch genres, and I no longer really publish. I don't market that series. I do occasionally because I'm in draft to digital. So I'll say, hey, there's a sale with doing this with Kobo, 99 cents. And so yeah, okay, put Blood or Lily on sale for 99 cents. So I'm not paying for any marketing anymore for that. And I used to do a lot of marketing and paid marketing and free marketing on that series when it was coming out, until I realized, well, wow, there's not really a market for Irish fantasy. So, and I don't put my books on sale very often. Now I have one novella that's published, and that does go on sale quite often. But again, I'm just really utilizing like what Draft to Digital has, like whatever promos they have where it's free that you just drop down your book or whatever. And then I try to match it in Amazon when I remember, because I don't always remember, but I'll go over to Amazon, drop it down 99 cents as well. But the main series I don't put on sale ever. I did put for the Smashwords end of the year sale. I did put all of my books on sale for the first time. I put it out in my newsletter to let them know that, like, A Curse of Scales and Feathers has been out for a couple years, but it's never been on sale. So that was the first time. But yeah, so I like, okay, I need to figure out some marketing strategies, and especially with the novelettes that I'm publishing here, because I have 8 of them. They will be in Kindle Unlimited, and they will be, on sale here. I'll take advantage of the Kindle Unlimited thing where you can do it like free for 5 days or whatever. Or I think you can do the reduced rate. And I need to figure out what I'm going to do, which is also paying for some marketing at the same time, which I have not done for a while. So yeah, I'm going to spend 1 hour. Probably the first couple times is me brainstorming what I can do, because right now I don't really have a lot I can do, but until they'll start publishing, but brainstorming ideas of what I can do. Yeah. All right. Be sure to tap that like, oh, thank you. Maybe the heart a few times to writers and friends and say hi here. Let Shanon know you're working along with us. Yay. Team Zane. Oh, I know. I love this book, and I love Zane and Nira. I love their relationship. I love how they come together. How they finally, start working together and everything. It's holy heck, and that's a lot of words. Yeah, I mean, if I have a year like last year, I can get those words, but I do have, like, in the back of my mind, I'm like, if I'm revising for like 6-7 months of this year, so how much am I actually going to add? Because I add a lot of words when I'm able to brainstorm and draft, because I dictate. I can't dictate revising and editing. That's not very easy to do. So, and I'm very slow. I'm a fast reader, but I'm a slow typer. So yeah. And awards and info. Thank you, Devin, for dropping that. Emma, hello, how's it going? I had like over 300 notifications coming on YouTube, and I just saw your video that had popped up. Wait, when did it pop up? It's not here no more. It's not here. I don't know what happened to it. But it says something about TikTok. Oh, there it is. Why watching TikToks will make you a better writer. I'm so curious about that. I'm not going to have time to watch it today. I have a lot going on. Not just the 12-hour live stream, but I have other things in the background too. There's an anthology that we're doing for a women's writing group I'm part of. And so, wait, no, we just have a regular meeting today. I don't know. I'm getting things mixed up. I'm probably not going to make it much to that meeting. That's toward the end of the stream. But there are a few things I need to get together. And then I'm just not going to have time today. But I'm curious about how that works, because I don't really like TikTok. I mean, I don't like social media. So there's that. I missed the Zoom yesterday, but I did register. So I'll get the recap. Yeah, it was pretty good too. And I asked a question. So there was a Zoom class given by Andrea Pearson. It was last night for me. It was 8 p.m., but she's a mountain time. So it was like 5 or something like that, or 6. I don't remember. But it was about newsletters. And I gave like a class here on YouTube, and you can find on my channel for newsletters. And almost like, I would say about 80% of what I talk about, I got from Andrea. And I got that from like a book she's published, from the talk she's done, from her newsletter, because she shares things through her newsletter. So most of everything that I've learned about newsletters and how to run it and retention and all this kind of stuff, I got from Andrea Pearson. And I didn't know that she was ever doing classes or anything like that. Now, she used to be part of the podcast, the Six Figures Authors podcast, which I love that podcast, but they haven't put out an episode in a really long time. They had decided to stop doing episodes like 2 years ago. But they've come back every now and then with like an episode like, hey, we just thought we'd come together and talk about this and let you guys know what we're doing and where we're at and what we're working on. And that's with Lindsay Broker, and I can't remember the guy's name. Oops. What did I hit? I hit something. Anyways, yeah. So I thought, oh, it's a free newsletter class. And I just found out about it yesterday because I wasn't really getting my email. And I sent it to Devin. I was like, hey, this class is happening, but it's like 9 a.m. or 9 p.m. your time. So that was pretty good. Where did I go? I think I hit something and it went off of the screen. Here it is. All right. Zoom for newsletters. Yeah. Yeah. And as long as you signed up for it, you'll get the replay. But I did ask about it because I've been really culling my newsletter, because I'm trying to increase my open rates, which to me signals that the people who are opening are people who are invested in my journey as an author and are willing to support me. But I just kept hearing things about how open rates are really not very clear. They're not an indication of who's actually opening your newsletter, because of all the privacy laws I've gone through in the EU. Many people who are opening your newsletter, it does not let your platform know that they're actually opening it because of the privacy. And what I was doing is that every month I was sending out an email, a re-engagement email that said basically, are you still wanting to be here? And, don't worry if you don't want to be here anymore, you can unsubscribe, or you can just not reply to this email and I will remove you. And I've had people email me back and say, I've been opening all your emails. And I've been like calling people, like unsubscribing people for not opening my emails. And every month I've been doing that. I usually go out like 6 to 8 months out of people who've not been opening any emails. And now I'm like, man. And she's like, yeah, I wouldn't do it. She's, I wouldn't worry about calling people like that. And so I was asking about the re-engagement campaigns and how that works when, what was her ideas with that when you don't know who's actually opening your email. And, but the thing is she was saying you really have to go by, like when you send an email that is a selling email, so not every email should be selling something, but when you send out something, hey, my book's on sale or whatever, I have a new book coming out, then you look at how many clicks you get and how many buys you get, and then you could determine who's opening or not opening it and who's supporting you from that. I'm like, well, I don't really get that many. I think when I sent out an email saying when I sent out the email saying that my book was all my books were on sale for the Smashwords sale, I think I maybe had 20, maybe 21 sales. And I have 3,000 people in my newsletter. So I don't know. I don't know how to really look at that. But she said you do have to have like pretty consistent data on it. And so if you publish slow, you're not going to see consistent data. And I'm like, well, that's me. I've been publishing like one book a year, basically. This year will be a little bit different. Maybe I'll get some data this year. So did you get new dragons for Xmas? And what's different around you? Oh, yeah. No, I don't have. Hold on. I don't have any more like dragons like. Hold on. I do have to get this set up. I did get this. It's a light. So I need to get that plugged in, but I don't have it plugged in yet because I have like way too many things over here. So, but I don't know if you can see it. It's a blue dragon and inside is a light. So when I plug it in, there's a USB, then it'll light up. But I don't have it set up yet. But yeah, no, I didn't get. I am like kind of done. I'm sure you feel the same way, Eva. Like kind of done like getting stuff because I have too much stuff. I don't need more stuff. But the one thing I asked for, I did get, which was I got a 3D printer. It's not in here. We got it set up because you have to have good ventilation and stuff like that. I haven't really had a chance to play with it yet, but it is my goal that for my Kickstarter that I do later this year for Curse of Spikes and Smoke, that I will do something. I don't know what, but I will do something to the 3D printer to be part of my Kickstarter. So yeah. Additionally, hello. How's it going? Here we are at the start of the year. It's nice to see you. Are you working on anything today? I'm not sure how my goals are going. I'm not doing things consistently or on a schedule as I hoped, but I've been busy every day. So I think I'm going okay. I think I try to tell myself that, and I'm trying to tell myself that now because I have set up like a whole like list of everything I'm doing through September. That is my revising and publishing schedule. And this includes like getting drafts ready for readers and then doing the revisions from the different readers and then, prepping the files for upload. And the only thing I don't have on there is like getting the covers, and I still have to get the covers. So I'm in the process of doing that. But I'm trying to tell myself this is a lot and I don't want to be stressed. Not like last year. Last year was really stressful. And I got things done, but I don't want to be there again. And I'm like, okay, so if I don't meet my goals, that's going to be okay. As long as I'm consistently working toward my goals, I'm going to be happy with myself. As long as I don't give up. I think that's the main thing for me. It was this time a year ago that tragedy hit us, I remember. So I sort of just left it open to see how, excuse me, I got the hiccups already. But I think I'm okay. So after this 4-day weekend, I'll get serious maybe. Yay. It's my birthday tomorrow, actually. So I'll be celebrating my birthday. But then I have a anthology meeting on Sunday for this other anthology. No, that's not on Sunday. We have, thinking of Devin, we have an AWC meeting on Sunday. Devin, I don't know if you remember it, but we do have a meeting this Sunday. I was like, I do have a meeting. What do I have a meeting for? Because Rita emailed me last Sunday. Hey, aren't we meeting today? I'm like, I hope not, because I wasn't ready. But I meant to send out an email and I just kept not sending it out. So I dropped my marketing minor while in school because the courses bored me. That'd probably be me. So goals: publish Mirror, Sword, and Dagger for sure. Publish Secret Project and more. And Devin has a goal of 20 in 2026, which is like between writing and publishing 20 pieces of work. So I did not write, I did not put up like, I have the no wordy challenge, but I don't know what goals I would have for writing. Yeah. My thought is whatever I'm writing this year is what's going to be published next year, because everything that's publishing this year is already written. I wrote it last year, or the year before, because that was my Kickstarter novel and then novella were written the year before. But so everything I'm writing this year is going to be for next year. Now there are a couple things I'm publishing next year that's already written and I have done already. So again, I have a couple things already done. So, but I'm like, I don't know. So I thought I'll just put the 1 million word goal, and then we'll go from there, and I'll figure out what else I'm writing. I mean, I know what I want to write, but I don't know what I'm going to add it in. So, hey, Emma. And that's another thing I was afraid of. And that's another thing I was afraid of. Oh, the social marketing. Yeah, there's the thing. Social media marketing. Joanne, hello. Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. My goals for this year is self-publish Project Sugar and Spice, gain more engagement for my Ko-fi and author newsletter on that platform, and start a successful Kickstarter. Yay. I hope that you're able to, is your Kickstarter going to be for Sugar and Spice, Project Sugar and Spice? What's her name? Aphrodite. Aphrodite just did a Kickstarter. It wasn't on a book. It was on candles, I think. I supported it, and it just finished up. It successfully funded. So very happy about that. Devin, one class we had to make up a product and then market it. I made up a self-cleaning car that was somehow named Nasty. Oh my goodness. That's funny. What did it stand for? I used that same made-up brand in my tech writing class for a handbook assignment. It's so funny. Ooh, it's pretty. Love it. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I got to figure out how to put it in there. Dragons. Exciting. 3D printer is such a big investment for your business. Love it. Yes. Oh my God, we're getting a 3D printer too. Yay. Yeah. Please post some content about it. Dragons is a cute word. I'm going to use this. Yeah, it's fair use. Sorry, I haven't messaged you about the editing stuff. I'm still unsure if I'm reliable. It's all right. You know what's funny though is maybe by the time you're like, hey, I can now edit your stuff, I'd be like, well, it's kind of done already. But no, it's all right. Eva, I totally forgot. So I wouldn't have remembered it. I might have remembered it later because I do remember things eventually. But I didn't remember that you were going to edit it. Fair use. Oh, fair use. I didn't even notice that it was spelled differently. Yeah, we can do words today. I have a book to finish reading through today, a review for it, and catching up on things. I think you owe me a form too, right, Adeshle? Because Adeshle's. I'm like, oh my gosh, I forgot. That's another thing that's happening today. Adeshle's a video for the Self-Publishing Tips and Tricks podcast is coming out today. I forget what time I put it for. I think it's 1:00. It's just coming out as a video, but it's the first podcast episode of the season. And it's also where we officially announce that it's our last season of the podcast. So happy birthday. Yeah, it's tomorrow. I'll be on here tomorrow. Happy birthday. Thank you. I'll be 46. Oh, the new moon is Sunday too. Good time for a planning meeting. Yeah, except the new moon. Well, yeah, in folklore culture, right? The new moon typically was when most women have their monthly. So it would not be a good time for a planning meeting. But that was always when I ovulated. So I had a blood moon, or whatever they called that. Because I tracked it because we were trying to have a baby for a really long time. We were trying for like 7 years. So, yeah. So I always tracked my stuff. So I knew when it was happening. And if I had been born in ancient times, I would have been considered a witch because I didn't have my monthly on the new moon. I had it on the full moon. So, I forgot about the AWC meeting. There you go. I'm glad I remembered it then, even though I thought it was something else. Secret project, you say? Will it always say secret, like a pen name, or will we learn about it? I don't think it's a pen. It's not a pen name, right? It's just secret story. Is the secret project what we were just talking about? Because I know you've said secret project, and we've talked about something else, but I don't know if those are one and the same. Happy birthday, thank you. It's sort of announced in my last newsletter and on my Discord. I'm hoping it will be, as it'll probably gain more traction than my Ko-fi novel funded goal. Yeah. Well, let us know when you do your Kickstarter. We'll be here to support you. That may happen. No pressure to wait on me, dude. But when I'm ready, you'll be the first to know. No worries. Oh, good. I haven't opened my email all month. I don't think I'll get to it though. Yeah, I've been the same. I just started deleting stuff and a form. Yes, you owe me a form. I have decided Discord isn't for me. Yeah, it's not for everyone. I think I like it that it's not for everyone because like I used my email in the beginning and people would email me all the time. And I got so many emails and I couldn't get through them. So then I started using Instagram to keep up with like authors. And then I would get so many messages through there and I couldn't keep up with it. So then I went to Discord and now I'm not getting too many messages. So I'm running from being social. I'm running away from it. No, it's like in my newsletter subs, everything because socials are hard. Yeah. I believe it's, and Andrea said that in the newsletter class last night that she also didn't really care for social media, but she went hard at it for a couple of years and burnt herself out of it. And she found that it just wasn't worth her time because her newsletter sold her book so much better than social media did. So, yeah. I believe it's 12 Eastern or 1300 your time. Okay, I was thinking 1 o'clock my time, so that's probably right. Yeah, 1 p.m. Well, I'm ex-military, so I know what 1300 means. Socials words are hard. Yeah, discords imply that you should know because it's their thing, but there's 24 pages on every discord and 4 dozen discords. Yeah, I don't really keep up with all the different discords. I'm keeping up right now with my street team because my street team is on Discord because we have weekly challenges. And that's lots of fun, but I don't really keep up with it very well. I just use Discord for messaging. So that way, the people that I know I can talk to are on Discord. I talk to Devin through Discord quite a bit. I talk with Martin a lot through Discord. We used to use Instagram, but then when I was on Instagram, people would keep messaging me, and I was like, I can't do this, Martin. I was like, can you follow me to Discord? So we talk on Discord now. Who else do I talk to pretty consistently? Oh, there's some people from other groups I'm part of that I talk to pretty much, but a lot, like the writing groups and stuff. But thank you. Need to do a lot of research before I start the Kickstarter because I really want it to be successful. One of my writer friends sent me a beginner course to Kickstarter. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, and Joanne, if you got any questions or whatever, I'm going to be pretty busy. I wish I would have known. I met up with my girlfriend from college on Saturday, and we just spent like a couple hours just talking Kickstarter because she wants to do a Kickstarter. And I kept thinking, I was like, is there anybody else I know that's wanting to do a Kickstarter this year? And I couldn't think of anything. Plus, my brain was trying to say, you're on vacation. Stop thinking about talking to people. But if you ever want to get together and talk about Kickstarter, we can do that. I just don't know what my schedule is going to look like. So to be honest, so I can't keep up. It's like when people say, Google it after someone asks a question, it's on Discord, LOL. Yeah. Right. Yep. I get that too, Eva. When Devin was saying that, I was like, yeah, I'm not going to find it. I'm sorry. Yes, I know. I'm pretty sure I'm in Devin's Discord. I have a lot of Discords that I'm part of, but I don't ever get around anywhere. So yeah, hoping to get to a point where my newsletter helps me sell my books more than social media. Oh, I know, it was for anyone else who might not have their coffee yet. I'm trying to finish my first coffee. Yeah, not going back to school for marketing. Socials are getting weird. Yes, and they continuously change. I got to the first level of monetized on one profile on Facebook, hoping to get a reach to help sell books and to make Book and Lane a useful street team edition for indie authors. Oh, edition. That would be awesome. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I got to the end of the comments. Let's go ahead and get a first one going because we're 30 minutes in. I knew I would spend a little bit of time just saying hello and coming back off of vacation and that it was going to take a little while. I didn't know it was going to take this long. Most of my sales come from my newsletter, I feel. Yeah, most of mine do too. Since we've been doing social media. I say we because I have put up one post last 2 weeks for my street team because I'm doing the challenges with them and they're doing posts as well. And then Devin is doing social media on my social media to help sell my book. And I've gotten one pre-order out of all of that. And I've gotten 3 pre-orders by telling my newsletter about it. So still not high numbers, but I got a whole lot more on my newsletter than I did out of the social media so far. Okay, I do have wacky questions. Again, like I did before, they're the would you rathers, just because I think they're fun brain teasers in a way, something that's never going to happen. But this one is, would you rather your book become a bestseller, but only be readable when recited backwards? Now it's truncated, so I can't see the rest of it. Or be critically acclaimed, but only available in interpretive dance format. So, okay, we'll come back and answer that question, wacky question, when we come back from our first sprint. Let me get it up. 1 hour on the clock. And we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And that is time. How did you do? I need to write down my time here. It took me a minute to get into the story because when I looked at my draft, it was like November the last time I was in there. And I was like, I know I started revising this, but where did I leave off? I had no idea where I left off. So I just closed down the draft, made a copy of it, and now I'm doing a draft 3 because I have no idea where I left off. And just started back over from the beginning, and I added 532 words. Where am I at? Okay. Vision. Putting down the wrong thing. So for anyone who's new, I write everything down for my writing. What was the time? 8:41, 8:31. So 50 minutes. So it took me 10 minutes to figure stuff out. Which is about right. Okay, 50 minutes. 532 words. And I am on, so this is novelet size work. It's 7 chapters and I'm on chapter 2. So, but I did do a little bit of revising further chapters because I kind of read through quickly and then decided that I wanted to condense part of chapter 2. So I'm like rewriting that whole section right now. But yeah. Okay. See how you guys did. And as a reminder, there is a would you rather question up there that's just for fun. It has to come back around so I can see it. I think I'm going to get more coffee on the next break because I finished my coffee. Yep, I finished it. So, yeah. All right. So the question for this time around, would you rather your book become a bestseller, but only readable when recited backwards, or be critically acclaimed, but only available in interpretive dance format? I think I would go with I don't know which one I'd go with. I guess maybe the dance. That's my first gut instinct to say dance. But if it's interpreted in dance format, then you don't hear the words, right? You wouldn't hear the words. And I'd want people to hear the words because I spent time writing those words. So anyways, okay, let's see how you guys did. Kind of left off with Eva had said first sprint of the new year. Yes, it was my first sprint of the new year. Someone asked for a nonfiction rec from Bookend Lane, and I said the 12-week year because it was the only one I could think of, and they bought it that day. Oh, that's really cool. I can't remember the name of the book. I was reading through some of the emails I had yesterday, and The Artist's Way. That's one. The Artist's Way. I've been hearing a lot about The Artist's Way. I mean, Kat from Kat's Novel Adventures, she was doing The Artist's Way. But I got an email from an author who's not an author tube. It's just an author I subscribe to. And she was talking about The Artist's Way. So I was like, oh, that's really cool. This is really getting around. Wish I'd said an indie book, LOL. Yeah. Do you know? Well, yeah. It depends on what they were looking for because you said it was nonfiction rec, but I'm sure there's probably more to the story than that. So I wouldn't know which one you would do. But yeah. If you know any indie books like that. The only indie books I really know like that are those are helping indie authors become published and or do ads and or build their newsletter. Those are the only indie books I really know about. But Dan, hello. I don't know if you're still here. That was like over an hour ago. So I don't know if you're still here, but thank you for stopping in and answer to interpretive dance because that seems to fit me more. Yeah, I can see that. I'm fine tuning some magical theory that will probably go into my lore library. Oh, that's really cool. Do you ever have anybody who does like magical theory in your story and talks about it? I have in the novella that went with my Kickstarter. He breaks down the theory of magic a little bit. I had one reader said it was boring, but they were the only one. Because they were the only reader that said that. I had several readers. I think I had like 20 readers on that novella. But hi, Andy. How's it going? Like button booped. Working on other bits. Can't stay, unfortunately, but Happy New Year. That was like 30 minutes ago, so I miss you, but I'm so happy you stopped in. Stay safe and be peace. Or peace be with you. Don't be peace, but you could be peace, but I did great, says Eva. A dance. Okay. Seems like a dance is like the one that everyone's going with. Hello, Markin's Cat. Welcome to the channel. Are you a reader, writer, or something else? We just finished our first sprint. Devin says added 500. Wait, how many words did I add? 532. We were really close. We had like the same amount of words almost, like within 4 words. That's really cool. After talking to neighbor, oh well, you had other things going on too. You probably could have got a whole lot more than me. After talking to a neighbor who's putting up a new fence today, answered a phone call and calmed down the dogs. Wow. That's a lot of words for everything you got done in that hour. Interpretive dance, says Markins. I would be fascinated to see how my book is interpreted. Yeah, there was that. I think that's probably why I would have gone with interpretive dance as my first answer, because I feel like that would be interesting to see how it was interpreted. But then the other part is, but I wrote words and I want people to read the words. But Adeshley says, critically acclaimed interpretive dance. Gotcha. So that one seems to be the one everyone agrees with. Yeah. Same. I know indie books for writers, not so much for the general public. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I don't know what they're specifically looking for, but all the ones I can think of, they're all for writers to help them out in some way. I think it might be so different that it might stay around. Oh, the interpretive dance. Yeah. Magical theory convos in my stories, usually between Tanis, Amabel, and James. I don't remember as much about James, but I know he's in there. During this sprint, I worked on forms and moved my car. The city sanitation personnel were collecting leaves. Did you work on my form? Now I want to go check. I don't think I've put it out there. I did. I did say it a couple times before I left out for the vacation at the end of the year. But I'm doing the Charm Chats and Happily Ever After sprints, which I did back in 2024. It was lots of fun. I think I had 22 authors altogether who signed up, but 2 of them didn't make it. So we had 20 authors. It was a lot of work, and I had a lot of fun doing it. So I thought this year I would do it again, but I'm not going to do 20 authors. Looks like I'm up to 7 right now. Oh no, you didn't do it. Might be 8 if Adeshley does it. So it's basically next month, and I'm trying not to have it interfere with my daily live streams as much as possible. There's probably a couple that will miss up. So I'm still going to do my daily live streams. So what I did 2 years ago is I made it like available for them to choose a time all day long. And so I ended up not doing a lot of my live streams, and I didn't get a lot of writing done that month. And I can't do that this year because I have a publishing schedule I have to stick to, or trying to stick to anyways. So I'm trying to do as much of my regular live streams during the day, and then have authors on throughout the month. And so I've got 7 scheduled right now. Yeah, I think one of them I wasn't sure, something I hadn't got back information from her, and I've pinged her a couple times, and I might have to drop her if I don't get any information back. But I think I'm going to get the information. So I think I saw something, but I don't remember what I saw. So I can't really say. But yeah, right now I've got seven writers, authors who have published in fantasy romance. I know Adeshley is a multi-genre author, which you'll find out at 1 p.m. today when his video comes out. But so his video is coming out for the Self-Publishing Tips and Tricks podcast. Where am I going? I'm like lost in my head. I'm like, where am I trying to get to? I don't know where I'm trying to get to. Marcus says, I'm a writer. I'm working on some character building today. Oh, I love that. How do you do that? Like, do you do like sheets, or you just write out stuff? I typically do dialogue, and I do a scene. That's how I usually learn about my characters. So I'll put them in a scene with someone and just have them talk back and forth to learn more about them. So is there a light dusting of snow and like 20 degrees? Yes. We are supposed to possibly get snow. I'm in the Panhandle of Florida, for those who don't know. And so we did get snow. Was it this time last year? I think it was this time last year. We got snow. It was a record-breaking snowfall. I don't remember how many inches, 3 inches or something, since like the 1800s. And now we're like in the forecast to possibly get snow again, which is really weird. Never thought we'd get snow here. I was working on your form, and I was about to send you a Discord. Oh, okay. I don't have Discord open, so I should. Haven't looked in there yet today. Oh, no, I think I did go in there. I think I did it right before I put my son on the bus. But yeah. Okay. But I'll say here, I don't have a finished cover, so I'm kind of stalled at the moment. Anyways, I'm on Discord. Okay. Gotcha. You're on Discord. If you send me something, I'll see it. You have fantasy romance that's already published. Are you trying to do something that's not published yet then? Because that can make it kind of difficult. Okay, we'll talk offline. Whatever. I'm open to whatever you want to do, but it might be easier to go with your published work. James was a minor character in Crystal, the one who kept Annabelle alive. Okay, that's why he sounds familiar. Because Crystal was your first book, and that was, which is actually the fifth book, but that was a while ago. I read it. I feel like I need to read it again, but then I'm like, no, I shouldn't read it again. I should hold off. I should read it again after the whole series is done, and then read it all together. So, but he's a main character in Dagger, so exciting. Oh, Beth Ann is still here. I've been hanging out in the background. Oh, well, I appreciate that. Thanks, Beth Ann. I hope you had a wonderful holiday. I'm excited about this premiere. It's my first time being a part of one. Yay. Yes. Yeah, my son is crossing his fingers for a snow day in Florida. To have no snow, to have no school, I mean. Yeah, I remember. You guys got snow over there too, huh? When we got the snow? I don't remember if you got as much. Okay, got through all the comments. So let's look at the next wacky question. It's also truncated, so I can't see it all here until it cycles back around. But question 2, would you rather every piece of dialogue you write rhyme perfectly, or all of your descriptions be limited to, and it's truncated, adjectives that start with the letter Z? I remember this one because I thought that was really fun when I came up with this one. So yeah, so would you rather every piece of dialogue you write rhyme perfectly, or all your descriptions be limited to adjectives that start with the letter Z? And we'll come back and give our answers on that one. I did have a wonderful holiday. Thanks. I hope you did. It was good. I wish I had a little more time to just relax, because I didn't relax very much on my vacation. It took 2 days off, is it? But yeah, but you know, it is what it is. And we'll go ahead and get started for the next sprint. Find the right button. This button. Yes. Oh, the comment's still up there. No. I know. I thought about you, Devin. I am strictly doing it with the fantasy romance, which has to be a happy, happy ending, happily ever after, or happily for now for the romance. And I know that that's not what you're doing for these next books that are coming out. So I was like, I know I can't reach. I can't have Devin. I thought about you though. I did. I thought about you several times. I was like, man, Devin, why'd you have to do that? I was like, because she's not writing fantasy romance, really. She's writing romantic fantasy, but you know, but yeah, I might be doing charm chats again later, like next year or whatever. I thought I could do it like every other year, but I don't know if I'll be on YouTube that long. I think I might be, but you never know what's going to happen. So, okay, let's go ahead and get this going. The next hour sprint, starting in 3, 2. Oh, this is a new video I just made. The Knight, the Demon, or wait, I forgot what the Knight, the Dragon, and the Demon. I just found a bunch of videos and I decided to make a story out of it. It's not a real story, but it could be. All right, and that's time on the second sprint. How did you do? I just spent the beginning of it talking with Adeshle about the charm chats, and then I got some coffee, and then I didn't so much as get back to my desk, and then Thor decided to put himself into my arms. He doesn't like ask for permission. He just comes up and just like flops down. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll catch you. And that was like one handed. And I was like, okay, like not getting very much done. If I was dictating, I could get a lot done, but I'm doing revisions. So, which I totally forgot I had my dictation on when I was talking to him. I have no idea, but my dictation did not pick it up what I was actually saying to him. But it says, Kentucky people eat. Can I work inside? I think I'll let me work. Can I get some work done? I really want my arms so I can type. Yeah, captive. I was like, what in the world was I saying? That my dictation didn't pick it up. Anyways, I did have my dictation on because when I'm revising right now. And so if I'm revising like a whole sentence and I dictate it because it's faster than typing it, but didn't get much done. 254 words is what I added. Oh, wait, I was trying to add at my time. 20, 21 plus 3 is 24 minutes. So I only had 24 minutes and now 254 words. But yeah. And I was like, can I work? Please, please, can I work? I'm still like revising this second chapter in this novelette, but I'm like at the end of it. Pretty much have everything set in place. I was just changing a word here and there and picking up typos. I wanted to put the word sky, and I had the word flying afterward. And I think that when I was typing it, I was thinking of flying already, and I typed slower than I think. So I wrote skying. And then I was reading back through. It's like, oh, that's typo. Let me take out the ing part. But yeah, see where we left off here. It was Beth Ann saying, yeah, I did have a wonderful holiday. Thanks. I hope you did too. It was great. Could have gone longer because I really need time to just like do nothing. I just don't know if I could just do nothing right now. I do have a lot going on. Oh yeah, we need to talk about this. It's a video story. LOL. Right? Drive-by thumbs. Thanks, Adega. I hope that all is well with you. That was like an hour ago, so I missed you. Hi, Adega. Matt, you Mad Lib. Another 12-hour. Mad Lad. Let's call myself a Mad Lib. Another 12-hour stream. You're incredible. Yeah. Well, this is to get back into streaming. It's twofold, right? It's like signaling to YouTube that I'm back because YouTube doesn't like it when you take time off, but it really likes 12-hour live streams. For some reason, it loves 12-hour live streams. So this is like a win-win for that. And then also to get back into writing. I have written a little bit since the beginning of the year. It's just mostly brainstorming. It's all brainstorming. I think it's all brainstorming. No, I did some revising on A Curse of Spikes and Smoke because I was giving some chapters to Morgan. But the rest of it was brainstorming for my next book, which is, I don't know if I've said the name of it yet, so maybe I shouldn't say it because I probably should tell my newsletter first. But anyways, yeah, brainstorming for that. Because book 4, Dagger, isn't as dark, I'm including chapter titles. The current chapter I'm working is Arguments Over the Dead, which is Habel explaining the differences in necromancy to James. Well, that's a fun conversation, right? This is absolutely wretched question, but I'll have to go with the rhymes. Yuck. Yeah. So the question, the what if or would you rather question? Would you rather every piece of dialogue you write rhyme perfectly, or all of your descriptions be limited to adjectives that start with the letter Z? I think that would be interesting trying to come up with the letter Z. And I came up with this idea because I have an idea for another, I think it's a novelette series of 8 stories. And I always do 8 stories because I have 8 magics in my world. And so like the novelette series that I have coming out this year is there's 8 of them, one for each of the different magics. And so I have another one, and all of these are all going to be gods. They're all lesser gods, but I wanted them all to start with the same letter, kind of influenced by oh shoot, I keep forgetting the name of that show. Dream is the Morpheus, okay? The Sandman. So this is called the Sandman. And Morpheus is the guy's name who's the Sandman, but he's also known as Dream. And all of his brothers and sisters, they all have D names. You have Dream and Destruction and Desire and Delirium. And so I was like, oh, that's really cool. And I was just thinking about, that's like in my family, like my dad's side, they name all their kids with the same letters. And my dad, from my dad's family, they're all D's. It was Dennis and Donald and Darwin. And then he has cousins like Denise and something else. And then there's K's, Kevin and Kenny. And so I always kind of like that. And so I wanted to do that. Either my youngest son was going to be a junior because we didn't have that yet, or I wanted to start with the same letter as my oldest son. So they're both J names, and J is my favorite letter in the alphabet. Which is so weird that I wrote Irish mythology to start with because the Irish language does not have the letter J in it. Anyways, so I have Jay and Julian, Jaden and Julian. So, but yeah, so I was like, oh, I want to write a series where like whatever the set of people are, they all start with the same letter, and I'm gonna go with the letter V. How did I get on this? Oh, Z. So everything starts with the letter Z. So, but anyways, I've been researching like all these different names, like in my off time, which is not a whole lot of time, but I'm usually in bed just writing down a bunch of V names, like Vendetta, Vicious. It's like all these V names. It's a story that I will probably write those 8 novelettes if I can get time to do it this year, but it may be next year. Anyways, let me go back to the comments. I can go on forever. Kitty Cam. This is when I had Thor. I was sitting there. We were at the tail end of the conversation between me and Deshley talking about the forum for the charm chats. And I was like, I got one hand now trying to, and every time I was doing this, and then Thor wanted to lick my face because I do have like a little bit of makeup on my face. And Thor doesn't like you being dirty, and makeup to him is dirty. So he wants to lick the makeup off my face. I'm like, stop, Thor, stop. And so I have to keep petting him so he won't lick my face. So I was like typing one-handed. I was like, I'm going to turn on the kitty cam. It's not really a kitty cam, but I turn on the camera because I was like, I'm not getting anything done. Y'all can see I'm not getting anything done. I have a cat in my lap. He was like, look at me, pet me, love me. Life is hard. I was like, yeah. And that joke incoming, she was being held captive. And I said that word out loud, captive. How should I say it? That's what my speech to text program picked up. And I was like, oh, wait, my speech to text program is still on. And then Rachel, hello, how's it going? Hope all is well. I think Z adjectives would be interesting. I think it would be too. And isn't it Stephen King who says not to use many adjectives? So if you were stuck with only using Z adjectives, you'd probably not use a whole lot of adjectives. That would be my thought. Writing dialogue would be fun. I think writing dialogue would be fun if you had like a character who did that. I think I've read a book like that, actually. I can't remember what it was, but there was a character who rhymed everything. But it reminds me of The Princess Bride too, right? Because, excuse me, was it? Oh, the names are escaping me. Vizzini, but he's not the one that would rhyme. But it's Andre the Giant, right? What was his name? Fezzik. And Inigo, and how they would rhyme everything. So I always thought that was fun. Not many words that time. The dogs keep trying to talk to the fence builders. That would be a nice little conversation, Mom. LOL. 529 words. Way to go, Gwenna. Yeah, that's some realistic dialogue, right? Oh, yes, it was. Added 107 words. Well, we're doing pretty good here, Devin. We're saying pretty close. I don't know. What did I do? Oh, I did 254. But yeah, you did better than me in the first one with having as much stuff that happened in your sprint time. That gives me 705 with 3,000 words for the day. Oh, so we got to get going. Okay. Have you watched season 2 of Has Been? I did. I watched it. Oh, wait, I didn't click on it. There we go. My gym trainer, Zach, he watched it before we got a chance to watch it because I don't watch a lot of TV. So my husband was waiting for me when I had time to watch it. And he really loved the second season. And I have to say, I didn't like the second season as much as the first season. It did do better by the end, but I was just watching a reaction because I was working on graphics or something, I think yesterday or the day before. So I was watching reactions to the different episodes in season 2. And the way they were talking about it, I was like, that's what I was feeling, which is it feels like the storyline's kind of floundering and you don't really know what's going on or what's supposed to be like the overall like arching thing happening. Where like in the first season, you knew that Charlie was trying to redeem souls. And she was trying to do this by, having the hotel and people come stay at the hotel and go through all these exercises to become better people so that they can be redeemed. And so the overarching question is she going to be successful? Excuse me. I don't know why I have the hiccups right now, but, oh, well, I guess 10, it's almost 11 a.m. I get hiccups around 10 because I get hungry then and I haven't eaten anything. So the whole question that first season is, will she be successful? Will someone get redeemed? And of course, you have all the subplots and stuff that are happening. And I think Alistair is like the most fascinating, which he really came through for the second season. And you just kind of knew, I hit something again and took off the thing. So you knew that he was hatching some plan, but I really thought it was going to be something different. And I don't want to, anybody here would be spoiled by it? I have no idea. I really, really, really thought that his soul would have been, what do you call that? that Lilith would have had his soul and not, oh, her name is escaping me, the cannibal leader, that his soul belonged to Lilith and not to her. But it makes it interesting. I loved getting his backstory. Have you seen, Devin, have you watched any of the, it's Griffin and Basic. They do songs, and they do more than just Has Been Hotel, but they did like one of the first songs for Has Been Hotel, and the singer, Griffin, Black Griffin, I think is his name, or I don't know what his real name is, but that's what's on the title. So Black Griffin is the one that sings it, and his brother is Basic, and he does some of the music. And so Black Griffin sang the first song, and he was actually the singer for the pilot episode that's on YouTube. He didn't end up becoming and that's for Alistair. Sorry. He was the singer for Alistair in the pilot on YouTube, but he was not the one that became the voice and singer of Alistair in the series once as Amazon picked it up. So he still does videos, and he's done 2 more videos just in the later part of last year that are all about Alistair and his backstory. And it's all canon. So he gets all of the information from VisiPop, who's the creator of Has Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss. And so it's all canon. So it's like, it was really cool seeing some of it. And like one of them, you get to see his death scene, which of course he gets made fun of because he gets, he's killed because he's burying one of his bodies because he's a serial killer. And he's killed out in the middle of the woods when he's burying the body because someone mistook him for a deer. So you get to see that scene in the song. I don't think the 2 songs that came out last year are anywhere near as perfect as Insane, which is the first song they came up with for Alistair. But yeah, anyways, I am clicking on it and it's not going anywhere. That's click number 3. Finally, it went. Okay. My dragon rider Arthurian inspo siblings all start with the letter E. Elliot, Elinara, and Emery. I like those. 38, 32, and 12. Glad I refreshed. I had to click this one twice before it came up. Yeah. Were we like stuck behind? Probably. It does that to me too. I think that YouTube like slows it down. I have no idea why. You can be on it, it still slows it down. Because at least it did when I was getting ready to go on vacation from last year. I was sitting there on the stream and like saying something, and then like no response to it for like a couple minutes. I'm like, what's going on? And realized it slowed down. I'm like, okay, this is weird. I have 3 episodes to go, but yes, Alistair surprised me, and Rosie, the cannibal queen. I couldn't remember her name. Yes, the cannibal queen. So, okay. I can't give too much away. I'm glad I didn't give too much away because it all comes to head there at the very end. Really? See, and that Zach, that's my gym trainer. Zach really thought the music was phenomenal. I thought the music was phenomenal in the first season. The only song I really liked, and my husband and I, we have similar tastes on this. We only liked the one song, and that was one by Lute. It was the rock song, the rock inspired song, Gravity. Like that's the only song we both felt like, and like I still have, like right now I'm listening to a playlist as I'm writing, because I always listen to music usually when I'm writing, and actually it's Stayed Gone right now, by Alistair and Vox, and that's from the first season. And I just listened to Insane is next. That's not from the season, that's outside of it, but Poison was before that. I also have You're a Loser, or Loser, whatever the name of that song is, with the bartender. What's it called? Loser Baby. Yeah. So I've got that. That's in my playlist right now. As much as I like Gravity from the second season, I still haven't added it to any of my playlists because I didn't like it that much. But that was one, like the only like song I liked from the second season. Okay, I've just clicked on it twice. Third time. Fourth time. Now it came up. Okay, the first season music, I think me and my son only liked 1 or 2 in this season so far. Yeah, I'm so behind on this, but it's so fascinating. I'm clicking 3 times, 4 times. Finally it came up. Nope, it went off. Click it again. Now it came up. 5 times before this came up. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard. Hello, StreamYard. I'm so behind on this, but it sounds fascinating. Oh, I did it once and it did it. So yeah, I really like it. It's not a show for kids. Not that you have to probably worry about that. But anybody out there who's listening, it is a cartoon, but it's not a show for kids. So Husk, I can't remember his name for a second. He's one of my favorite characters too. I really think there's going to be a Husk and, why am I not remembering anything right now? Angel Dust. Yes. Angel Dust. So I think him and, Angel are going to, did it click? It's okay. Bartender, him and Angel Dust are going to be. Why did I not read this all the way? And I was trying to remember the name. So him and Angel, yes, I think the two of them are gonna make a cute couple. Um, Angel hasn't really been linked romantically to anybody, neither is Husk, but they're like setting it up. The dialogue between these two, it feels like to me it's going there. So I would watch it with my kiddos probably best because they're all adults. Yeah, that's why I was saying you didn't have to worry about it because you don't have like little ones. So, because they're all adults with a lot in common with my taste. Yeah, I really like it. Yeah, and Angel is probably still one of my favorite characters, even though yeah, he's a little out there. But he's one of my him and Alistair. Charlie gets on my nerves. Sorry to say, she is Zach's favorite character, but she gets on my nerves, and her emotions are like so all over the place, especially in those first two episodes of the second season. It's like she's bouncing up and down the whole time. I'm like, oh my god, lady, stop. um, yeah, I don't know. I did like the second season, but not as much as the first. But I think they're setting up Alistair to be the main antagonist of this third season. That's what I've been hearing. So it's gonna be interesting. Oh, let's look at the next one. Okay, number 3. We're going on sprint number 3 here in just a second. It didn't click on it. Didn't click on it. Didn't click on it. Did not do it. I've hit it 3 times. 4, 5. Finally did it. So this one is: would you rather every character you create demand a 3-hour biographical interview before you write, and then it's truncated. I don't remember this one. So would you rather every character you create demand a 3-hour biographical interview before you write their first line, or all of your plot twists be revealed to you by a magic 8-ball? I remember this now. That only says, reply hazy, try again. All right. I'll pick one of these for the next time. Yeah, it needs to grow up a little bit, but what's up with Lilith? Yeah, I know. I was hoping Lilith would come into this. We know that Lute has some type of pull or something over her, but we don't know what it is. And I really thought that she was going to come into it this season. Yeah, I can't wait. Okay. I'm looking forward to season 3. Even though I didn't think season 2 was as good, it was still good enough that I'm ready for it. Let's go ahead and get this other next one going. Hit the right button. This one. All right. 60 minutes on the clock. And 3, 2, 1, good luck. All right, now it's time on the third sprint. How did you do? I only had a couple more things to do to revise that part of the chapter in the novelette that I was doing, finish it, and then I've run all the way through it doing just an editing pass, which was needed because I found quite a bit that needed to be done. Time 12:01. So 57 minutes. Worked for quite a while that time. 164 words added. Most of that came from the editing, just changing words here and there and fixing grammar issues. And I had just finished it, and I saw there was like 2 minutes left, so I was going back through and just reading a few more sections to see if I want to change anything. But I think it's good as is. So I think I'm done with doing this novelette, and this is the 4th out of 8 that I'm publishing this year, and I have one more to do in this. So I have fourth. Is it 4th? No, it's 5th. It's 5th because the Earth Sun's before this. It's 5th, and so I got one more to do, and that will be the 6th one, and then I'll have 3 stories done. So the first 3 stories have already gone through my Omega readers. I'm making no sense, I'm sure, because I'm like not making sense in my head. The first 3 the first 3 novelettes have already gone through my Omega readers, and I will be starting on revisions on those soon. But I'm trying to get this set of 3 done to give to them, and then I'll have 2 more to do to revise to get to them. But yeah, okay, I'm making progress. It's getting there. Left off, we were talking about Has Been Hotel in the 2nd season, and Devin said Charlie needs to grow up a little, but what is up with Lilith? Yeah. Shoot, I don't know if I gave anything away because she said you haven't finished it. The last episode is so good, Devin. I don't know if you're still here, but yeah. I knew that like something was going on in the background with Alistair's thinking, but I did not put it all together. So some of it I did. Very few pieces I put together, but when it actually happened, I was like, oh, I didn't see that. So yeah, it's really good. Answer to this 3rd would you rather insane question, which is, would you rather every character you create demand a 3-hour biographical interview before you write their story, or something about plot points? It truncated, so I can't see the rest of it. Mm-hmm. Would you rather every character you create demand a 3-hour biographical interview before you write their first line, or all of your plot twists be revealed to you by a magic 8-ball that only says, reply hazy, try again? So Gwyneth says, as hilarious as the 8-ball would be, I'll take the 3-hour interview. Though to be fair, sometimes my first drafts are so rough that a reply hazy, try again plot twist is honestly better. Yeah. I think I feel the same way. I'd probably go with the interview as well. But sometimes I'm like, what are you trying to do here, Shanon? It's a little bit hazy. Try again. I'm with Gwenna. I'm not sure Emma Bell would allow me 3 hours, though. 15 minutes max from her. I do have some characters who are more like, don't say a whole lot. I pull out like all the dialogue, which I still need to do this for the 3rd book, but I think it's pretty good. But I did this from the beginning of writing this series that I'm writing, the longer series, where I pulled out all the dialogue from the 3 brothers so that I could see like, and I did this in the 1st book, and I thought for sure, like I knew that Calden would say the least amount of words, and I thought for sure Zane would say the most amount of words because he just talks a lot. But it was actually Edmar who talked the most. He had the most word counts, but his vocabulary is a little more elevated compared to his brothers. But then what Zane often talks about is often nonsense stuff, which when you're in his point of view for the 3rd book, you'll definitely get to see where some of this nonsense stuff is coming from. It's like, it's not nonsense like it doesn't make sense. It's just nonsense like, why are we talking about that when we need to get more serious about the plot? You know, he's always joking around or whatever, but there's reasons behind everything he's doing. So yeah. The biographical interview with my characters would definitely be helpful. I was thinking the same thing. Same thing, especially since I typically write, when I do a first draft of my stories, they're typically what I call my verbal vomit draft, because I do a lot of dictation. I've been trying to push myself to do dictation more, and I was really successful last year in getting all dictation for brainstorming my drafting. And the verbal vomit draft is just me saying, like, talking about the first book, or, you know, getting the first book out. And it tends to be just a lot of talking. And so it's dialogue between all my characters, and it's a way that I learn about them. So it's almost like an interview, like they're interviewing each other in a way, but I get to be part of the interview. so yeah, I agree. Yay, Canva downloaded the video about Devin's books. It had locked up, so I was worried. Oh no. I've had a few people say they've had issues with Canva. I think Devin was talking about Canva having a few issues a couple weeks ago. And then I think, I don't know if that was Adesha was telling me something about it too. Andy's back, popping in again. Make sure you're still streaming. I am. It's a 12-hour stream, so it's going to go for a while. I just have to not forget about my kiddo. I haven't eaten yet. I should eat something. I was just looking at the time. My kiddo is going to be coming in about 3 hours. But I'll have to make sure that we have a live stream, that we have a sprint going when I need to go out and wait for my kiddo. So that might mess with me. I either have to like back up one of these sprints so it's a little bit longer than an hour, or we talk a little bit longer. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. If we do one now, I'll take it to 107, 207. Then we have to either talk a little bit longer because his bus comes around 3. 307 might be enough time. We'll see. But yeah, still going. Got to hop off for a meeting. Okay, I missed you. That was 30 minutes ago. Check in later. I think so much. Thank you so much for stopping in, Beth Ann. It was nice seeing you. And Mel, hello. Popping into the like button. Thank you. I appreciate that. And JL, hello, friends. How is everyone today? Good. Trying to get my dogs to settle down so I can do a couple of final revisions based off of my conversation with my editor. And then finally getting it off to a proofreader. You're that much closer. Do you have like a date now, or have you not set one? I don't remember. I don't feel like I've heard a date from you of when you think you might be publishing it, but maybe you have. 498 words for Gwenna. That's it, with a fun little spicy scene. And that's like the last scene that I was just reading in my story, and I went back and read it from the beginning, like, okay, does this make sense? Logistically, does it make sense all the way through? So I was like, I like it. I like the spicy scene in this novel. It was good. But it's different from some of my other ones. Going to take a break and watch the newest Percy Jackson episode, and then I'll be back. I've seen the first few episodes a while ago, but my husband keeps on going because I said I don't have time to watch it. So he likes it. Oh, good. Didn't miss another in between. I got content edited, uploaded, and filmed in that order. You're getting stuff done. Yeah. I need to get some lunch. That's what I was just like, I need some lunch. And I think I'm like an hour ahead of you. I can't remember. I'm central. And I keep getting hiccups, and I know why, because I'm hungry. Stopping by to, there goes one. Stopping by to tap the like button and say hello. Hello, Kat. That was just a few minutes ago. I don't know if I missed you, but thank you so much for stopping in. It's nice to see you. Only added 396 words, making 1101 out of 3K for the day. Son came home from trade school. I guess another hiccup. And the fence people had a question, and I was struggling with this scene. Hopefully you'll be able to figure it out. Maybe it might work out in your subconscious a little bit if you go talk to the fence people some more. I don't know. I'm just joking. But I realize that I think I just need more downtime to get more creative. And I'm thinking about some of the next book in the series that I'm writing, because I'm kind of at a standstill. Like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I think I do know what I'm going to do for the first few chapters, but after that, I don't know. And now I have an hour before I walk the doggo to the bus stop. Okay. I've got 3 hours. Took a walk and then coming back from for Hubs to help me with Meld. I don't know what that is. With Meld? Is that something like I don't know what that is. I don't know. I don't think it's a book, right? It's not. I'm assuming it's not. But JL, hi from Adeshle. Hey, Kat from Adeshle. I'll go with 8 Ball. If it would give me a different response, I think I'd go with the 8 Ball. But if it's always giving me the same response, then I'm not sure. I think I'd go with the interview. Yeah. I spent the break trying to find information. I've been away from my computer for over a month. And so stuff that I knew exactly where it was or had stored as recent is no longer recent. Yeah, that would happen. Yeah. Additionally, hey, I just sent you an email the other day. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're back to writing. Oh, yes. Yes, thank you for letting me know. So 1 hour. Let me go grab that, actually. Okay, I'm not on the right tab. Here we are. SD Houston. Oh, it's probably not going to show up here. So I need to go to my YouTube studio. YouTube studio. So it will be during this next sprint when the video comes out. For Adeshle. Did I do the... Oh, I didn't do Instagram. I did an Instagram image, but I haven't put on Instagram yet. Did I? No, I did. I scheduled it. I think it's already come out on Instagram, actually. Okay. I just schedule ahead of time. Okay. Dashley's interview with the self-publishing tips and tricks podcast. This will be on my channel, but and this is our first episode for this season. And like I mentioned, it was also it's where we're also talking about how it will be our last season. It's the beginning of our 8th season, and then we'll end on episode 100. And it's just myself and Ben as the co-host, but we have guest co-hosts. So this one we have Rita. She's a guest co-host on this one. So and then the next one, well, our next one's coming out on the 1st of February is a book read, and I think it's me, Ben, and DL. I can't remember. I think it's the 3 of us, and then DL is the guest host for our next author interview after that, which is with Tiffany, who's also here in the AuthorTube community. So yeah, and then we have another book read. We have to schedule that one still. What are we doing? I don't remember what we're doing. Oh, we're doing The Relaxed Author by Jonah Penn and Mark the Fave. And I think DL says she wants to read that with us. I can't remember. But if anyone's interested in reading it with us, we haven't set a date yet. It's myself and Ben so far to read that book and discuss it for that episode will come out, let's see, 15th, March 1st. February. So that'll be March 1st episode is when that episode will come out. So we still have to schedule that one. I got to get with Ben so we can start scheduling it. But yeah, okay. I just read your email, JL from Adeshle. Yeah, Canva was playing games with me last week when I was trying to build Shannon's post. Yeah, I will shoot you a response in a little bit. Please do send the new copy. And I like the idea of the interview. Yes, for the question, right? Yeah, but 3 hours might be, yeah, that's the only thing. 3 hours could be a bit hard, especially if it's just the one character. And then what if your character is not one to talk a whole lot? Then it could be a lot of like empty space, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what that would look like. We can make it up though. We're writers. And now I have some fruit and toast. It's like breakfast, but at lunchtime, I need to go get some. Oh, Meld is a streaming software. Oh, okay. That's why it was capitalized. I was like, Meld is capitalized. Is it a book title? That doesn't sound like any book that Rachel's writing. So I was like, I don't know what that is. So it's a streaming software. Cool. It's a free streaming studio. I think Streamlabs OBS, but more user intuitive, replacing StreamYard. So think like Streamlabs or OBS. Yeah. If StreamYard was going to up my price, I was going to change to OBS because it's free, but it is not very user intuitive. But StreamYard kept my same price. It's honoring the price I paid for back in November of 2021. That's when I got it. It was like a short time, limited time promotion where it was supposed to be lifetime. And so far it seems like it's lifetime that I'm locked in. I only pay $96 a year, which I made $208 from YouTube last year. So about half of it goes to paying for my StreamYard. So, and since half the time my answers are, hey, Z, try again, I figured, I'll just keep with what's already working. I love that, actually. Hubs is home, BRB, alrighty. I like getting back control. Yes, I can understand that. Having that control would be so much better. So there's that link. Again, it's not available yet. It'll be out in 45 minutes. So if you click on it, you're not gonna get anything yet. Probably say like video is not available or something. What does it say? Oh, it's probably gonna show for me because it's on my account. Oh no, it does say video unavailable. Okay. Yeah, because it's not releasing to the 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock my time, Central. So that's 45 minutes. There's a book I'm supposed to write, but I think I slowed to getting to it because of all the background work I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, sometimes it's like, I see your next question. I don't have it up as a premiere because I scheduled it and then I moved on. I think, did I miss something? I might have missed something. Because I just had a lot of stuff I had to get done. We're coming down to like the last bit of our anthology for the women's writing group I was in, and that was spending most of my time doing that last few days. Still have a little bit more to do. And I think that's going to be publishing March 31st is what we decided on. But can I still set it up as a premiere? I could still set it. Do you want to be there in the chat? Because I didn't set up my time here so that I could be over there at the same time. Because if we start a sprint right now, it's 1 hour. We're going to get done at 1:16, and or roughly 1:16 my time, which it'll just have started, but that means I have to pop over here, back over here, and I won't be in the chat. So I don't know what you want to do. Congrats on 8 seasons, closing on 100. Yeah, thank you. I'm happy that we got to where we're at, but I'm happy to be done with the podcast. It's just a lot to do for the podcast. So we have another idea in the works. I say we because it's not just me, but we won't do it until later this year, but it'll be one that will cut out all the pain points of this podcast. And it's going to be a little bit different. Plan on publishing on the fall equinox. Oh, I like that. I think that sounds familiar now that you're saying that. I think you said that before. Oh, wow. You got lucky. They only allowed me to keep the original price for 6 months. Yeah, I waited, Rachel. I held my breath, and I pay yearly. So I held my breath last year when people were saying that they were going to be honored and be grandfathered in, and then they weren't. So I waited, and then December 3rd rolled around. I think it was December 3rd, maybe it's December 2nd. I might have the wrong date, but I was like, okay, I'm waiting, see if they don't, because they told me I was grandfathered in too, but they kept it at $96. So I thought, but then they changed the title of my plan. I was no longer that grandfathered plan that I had, that plan that I bought for lifetime. They changed it to a plan that was actually now on their menu of plans. And I thought, oh, good. This means that next year when it re-ups, they're going to charge me the full price, because that's why they changed the plan name to say that, oh, but you have this plan, so we got to charge this much money. So I waited, and I thought, okay, here it goes. I'm going to have to learn OBS on my break. And it didn't. It charged $96 again. I thought, okay, maybe they'll keep it like this. Will it really be lifetime? Just started to say that 10 times fast, but I've only ever used OBS, but it didn't stream often or for long. That's not user friendly. If that's not user friendly, then user friendly must be super simple. It is super simple. Yeah, I seem to hold my hand during setup. It didn't hold my hand. I've used OBS for years, probably since 2013. I use it for recording. So when I do my videos, I record with OBS, because this quality of the video is better than if I record with StreamYard and try to put that up there. I don't record the podcast with it though, because I don't know how to invite people into OBS. StreamYard makes it easy to invite people in. So it's so much easier, but so doing a live stream, I know it's much different. Yeah. I'd have to learn it. I don't know if you guys remember Estelle Vandevelde. She's coming back into the AuthorTube community now. She has stepped out for a year or so, and she uses OBS. So it has some really interesting features, but it's not, I don't think it's user friendly. And every time they have an update, I have to go back through and redo all my settings, and I forget, because you have to do it in several different places for the recording aspect. It changes the ratio of my stuff, and I never forget, or I never remember, and I always forget. I just put it all together. Where I'm supposed to go in each of the different places to get the ratio back right again. So, and they do updates all the time, but it's a free software. So, oh, hey, Martin, how's it going? Hope all is well. Hey, from Adeshle. Yeah, sure. How are you doing? It's not a problem either way. I need to make things no need to try to make things difficult for you. Yeah, I'm trying to think of I won't be able to be there for the interview. I'll be there for the first 20 minutes at this point for you to do it. So I don't know. I'm glad to be back. I've been away from my computer for over a month. I thought you were just ignoring me. I'm glad you got grandpa. Me too. I'm glad I got, because I think OBS is going to be difficult. I'm still thinking that one day I'm going to have to use it, but no. Sorry. At Martin, I used OBS for years, but yeah, agreed, not user friendly. So definitely glad you got grandfathered in. Meld is so far easy peasy compared to OBS, though it's based on that. Okay. And wait, did you say it was free? I think you said that. I had to go back and look. Free streaming studio. Okay, I will have to look into it. So maybe I might use that one day. I nearly finished my new reader magnet for Pulsar Sky. Yay. That's awesome, Martin, from Rachel. Martin's been killing it, y'all. You don't know. So he's in a writing duo, right, with Malcolm. Many of us know about the series that they've been writing. But he's been writing his own series on the side. And I'm like, He's talking about someone who can write fast. He writes fast. He types fast. He also dictates, which is not fair because I can dictate, but I type slow. No, but he's pretty good at it. Just getting stuff done. And yay, Martin from Adishley. All right, we got to the end. I don't know if I can change it. Do we want to make that? I don't know if I can make it into a premiere at this point. But do you want to be there in the chat, Adishley? I'm not over there yet, so let me come back in a second. I just won't be able to be there the whole time because I've got to come back over here. I got the hiccups really bad. I need to get some food. YouTube Studio. Pulsar Sky drops in 2 days. Yay. So when is your reader magnet going to be done? Oh, wait. Is the reader magnet at the end of Pulsar Sky then? That's probably what it is. When you dictate, does the punctuation not slow you down? To be honest, not really. It's part of my lingo now. Like, I had did something in ChatGPT. We don't have to pay home taxes here on our home in Florida because my husband is 100% disabled. And he was telling me how he's been looking at, because we're trying to figure out what state we're going to retire in, and we're still trying to find states that have some of those same benefits. But he was telling me how, like, some of these states, and he didn't know Florida was one of them, that if he was to die, then I would have to start paying taxes on the house. And so he was trying to look at to see what that was. So I opened ChatGPT and I just talked into it. I said, we live in Florida, blah, 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 right? And I started putting punctuation in there. It was just natural. And you don't have to put punctuation in there if you are just like querying something in ChatGPT verbally. And but I put it in there anyways, because it's just part of what I naturally do now. Because I mean, when I dictate, because I dictate on my phone all the time when I'm sending text messages, depth perception and whatnot. I hit the wrong buttons all the time. So, yeah. No, period. I don't know what that was for. If it's up, I'll be there. If it's not, it's all good. Every time I try having to say the dictation slows down my train of thought, I can type faster. So every time you have to say the punctuation, I say the punctuation. Yeah, I think because I've been doing it for so long, the dictation part I've been doing for so long with my cell phone. I have been doing that since I had surgery on my wrist, and that was in 2012, I think. So yeah, pretty sure it was 2012. I had surgery on my wrist, and I had to use it. That was the first time I used dictation software because I was writing on my off time because I had a job during the day. So then I just started using that on my phone because I don't like the little keyboard. I can't really see on my phone very well. So I just have gotten used to saying the punctuation. So that has not been something that slowed me down, but that's, years of practice doing that. The reader magnet goes up when it's done. Oh, okay. So it's not done yet. Gotcha. My husband got me Dragon Speak back in, Dragon Naturally Speaking, 2018. That's what I used in 2012. I think recording myself and transcribing is quicker for me. Yeah. And I mean, I don't know, again, it depends on whether or not you like using AI, because now I know that the AI has gotten good enough that I can just give it my brainstorming stuff and say, can you add punctuation and proper capitalization? And so it will do it for me if I forget it. And it has allowed me to move faster when I remember to do it. I don't always remember to do it. I'm like, oh, wait, I've got AI. I can have it put the punctuation in there for me, because I just naturally start saying the punctuation. To go back, to revert, is a little bit harder for me. So the story is set 100 years before Pulsar Sky, showing how the events of the first chapter were set up. Nice. So when you said it's the reader magnet goes up when it's done. So is that going to be like something you can buy and or get as a reader magnet from Pulsar Sky? Because you say when it goes up. I didn't know if that meant you were going to sell it too. The story. Oh, wait, I've read that one. Okay. We're almost there. So, okay, let me see. Can I change it? Content. Set as a premiere. But does it not let me do anything else? Am I moving? Because it's like not moving on me. I don't know what it's doing. Scheduled. Set as a premiere. I have to hit done. Set up premiere. 1 minute. Okay, I've got it set up as a premiere. I think. Oh, I haven't hit save yet. There's something I need to do. Oh yeah, put it in my upcoming live streams and premieres. So I'm going to add it to the playlist upcoming live streams premieres. I guess I won't be writing much this next one because I'm going to go get food and probably get back in time with a few minutes before. Where am I at? Before Adeshle's premiere. Go to my channel. I'm trying to make sure it's all set up right. Nope. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Okay, so I've got it set up as a premiere, which means Adeshle will be in the chat for anybody who wants to come and hang out. Now I've got it on my YouTube channel. Okay, it's there. All right. You still here, right, Adeshle? Okay. Magnet will be for book funnel. Gotcha. The blue wire. Cut the blue wire. I don't know what I was like. Okay, is it moving? Because it wasn't moving on me. I hit premiere. So okay, it's now up for a premiere. I think it was 54 minutes long with the premiere. I have a 1 minute countdown, so it's 55 minutes. So I will probably not be able to stay the entire time, but I'll be right back over as soon as we come back here and catch up with everyone. So, all right, let's go ahead and, we've got another question. Sprint number 4. Would you rather every cliffhanger end with a character tripping over their shoelaces? I can't say the rest of it. The rest of it is truncated. Let's see. Would you rather every cliffhanger end with a character tripping over their shoelaces, or every resolution involve a random dancing badger? Okay, we can talk about that when we get back. Let's go ahead and get this next one going. Right button. There we are. And we'll get started in 3, 2, 1. Oh, this is also a new video I made. Good luck. All right, that was time. How did you do? I went and got some lunch. Still kind of eating that. I did open up my next story, which is Tide Gift in the Water Guardian. And remembering that I really didn't like how the story turned out. Like, I feel like I could have wrote it better, which means I had to really do a lot of revising so it can be better. And then I'm also doing over in Adeshle's premiere that is going. How long has it been going for? Like 20. So it's right about 30 minutes. So there's about 25 minutes left in it. Let's catch up with you guys. We were talking about trying to figure out how to make that into a premiere from the back end page. So it was for Adeshle's premiere. That unicorn is living its best life. Oh yeah, I like this new one. I think I called it Fantastical Creatures or something like that. I found a bunch of unicorns, found a bunch of dragon videos. A couple of these I made, not like from scratch or whatnot, but I just took videos. I just took images and made them into videos. So, and then just some other fantastical creatures and put them all together just to have something different, more spooky creatures and a unicorn. Rewriter sprint form. That was one of the coolest forms I filled out. Clear, open, and a cool game option. Oh yes. I've been complimented a few times. So additionally talking about the form for Charmed Chats, in which I'm inviting writers to come on for February to talk about a fantasy romance book of theirs. And then we'll play a fantasy romance themed game. And then we'll have a writing sprint. And I'm going to ask a few questions about the book that they're having for the episode. And I had there were some different games actually a couple years ago. So I kept 2 or 3 of them. I kept one that was a favorite, and that was the Would You Rather questions. People love Would You Rather questions. So I kept that one, but I came up with a couple new ones. I think I actually kept the Pictionary one. So it's fantasy romance style Pictionary. And that was fun. So I kept that one. I can't remember. I think there's one more. Oh, the book title, Balderdash, which was fun for those who chose it. So I didn't find it fun for myself to play it, but I kept it because I knew it was popular with the authors, and I've already had an author who signed up to come on the channel next month pick that one. So then the other ones I kind of made up. I made up of a romantasy trope court, and I can't remember the things that instead of having like guilty or innocent verdict, it's overused, underused, and something else. I can't remember the other. So we'll just look at different tropes and then give a verdict for the trope. So some new ones. And then Shelly came in, which I missed. I didn't see her come in, and I did a little bit later, but took a little while. And so hello. Hi, everyone. Today I'm working on updating my reader magnet, as well as several hundred and one other thing. You sound like me. So I might miss a chat. Got to grab 2 from the bus stop, BRB. No problem. My kiddo will be coming in about an hour and a half. So actually, this is going to be perfect when we go on to our next sprint here. I'll probably get back in time to see the end of Adeshle's premiere, and then have enough time maybe to reread some of my notes I wrote about how much I didn't like this story, and then go get my kiddo from the bus, and I'll be ready to write on the next sprint. So, and there is a link for Adeshle's premiere. It is still going. He is over there in the chat if you guys want to go over and chat with him. It's a really good conversation. I always feel like Adeshle has so much information, and I think we are alike in that we like to consume information and we like to share it. And we do kind of psychoanalyze information and how it works for our own psychoanalysis of ourselves. I don't think I made any sense there. Hopefully I made some sense. Maybe you might understand what I'm talking about. But essentially we look at all the information that's out there and we figure out how to make it work for us and who our personalities or what our personalities are. And I feel like he does that for himself. And I do that for myself like all the time. Like, okay, like this piece of information, how will it work with me? Will it work well with me? Does it work in the way that I work? That kind of stuff. I don't know if I made any more sense or not. I'm now in 2 chat windows. Takes me back to the days of AOL Instant Messenger. And then JC came in. I saw JC. Probably I saw JC and not with Shelly. I was thinking about this later because she put the @ symbol at me. So I saw this big orange tag come up. But yes, thank you for welcoming me back, JC. You have been missed. Hope your vacation was wonderful. It wasn't enough. I only took off really like 2 days. But the first 8 days, I guess, could be vacation. I got sucked into my novel and I finished it. So I finished the 3rd novel in my series, and I absolutely adore the story. It's one of my favorite stories I've ever written. And my favorite story I wrote before that is one that's not even published anywhere. It's a companion novel to the first story in my series that I only sell during my Kickstarters because it gives away too many spoilers for the first book, so I don't sell it. That was my favorite book I had ever written until I wrote this one, and now this one's my favorite. So, but yeah. Hello, everyone, says JC. And then, hey, Shelly from Adeshley. And I was like, oh, I miss Shelly. So I didn't see it until Adeshley said it. And then I thought this was weird. I got a notification for my premiered video going. I'm like, I don't remember getting notifications on myself before. I even took a screenshot of it. I thought it was really funny. Victoria, hello. How's it going? A random dancing badger reminds me of the giant floating baby head from Phineas and Ferb. So, yes, so this was the would you rather question. It truncates it, so I don't know if I'll remember all of it. So it says, would you rather every cliffhanger end with a character tripping over their shoelaces, or every resolution involve a random dancing badger? I think it's something along those lines. It truncates the end of it, but yeah, I don't know which one I'd go with, to be honest. It would get probably the second one. Yeah, I probably go with the badger because tripping over shoelaces could be fun the first time, but not for every single cliffhanger. Rachel says splitting time there and here at the premiere. Yes, Rachel's over there with us. It's just me, her, and Adeshley so far. Yep, it's just the three of us over there. But so if anyone wants to come over and join us and say hello to Adeshley. Woo, thanks, Rachel. And of course, Shanon, yay. It made sense. Oh, okay, cool. Devin says, whoa, it's cold and windy outside. I have not been outside yet, but I was told it was cold. I did. I opened the front door because Julian's bus came and I was taking him out to the bus stop and then the bus came. And so my husband was already out there and he took him the rest of the way. But I do remember feeling like the wind. So it was cold. Like I said, this is supposed to be the forecast, possibly snow. And I'm in Florida. It's really weird. It's amazing. Yay. Thank you, GC. Shoelaces are hilarious. Yeah, but a badger. I'll take that. Yeah, I think the badger. I think we're all for the badger. So, or most of us. Yeah. I do have another one. So we can talk about this when we come back. All right. So the question, would you rather, another wacky question, would you rather your pacing be so fast it feels like a blur? And it's truncated again. Or so slow that a single sentence takes 3 pages to what? To unfold. Oh, that's just one word. So would you rather your pacing be so fast it feels like a blur, or so slow that a single sentence takes 3 pages to unfold? We could actually break this one down into writing techniques and we could say, well, this is just first draft. So maybe we write it so fast that, that the pacing is fast as well, because on revision, we can go back and fix it. I think that would be better than writing a single sentence that takes 3 pages to unfold. I don't know. Anyways, we can come back to talk about this one when we come back. I'm going to go over to Turkins. Oh, yeah, we were talking about Turkins over there in the podcast, too. I kept seeing the look on Ben's face, and Ben was like, what? What are you guys talking about? Like, he doesn't really show a lot of emotions. You have to pick out the micro expressions for him. And so I was like, I had to say it. I was like, by the way, Turkins are real. Because I thought it was a joke when I first heard them. But okay, I'm going to go back over there to the podcast, finish that up, and then I'll be back over here. It looks like I might get some writing done, actually, on this one a little bit. And we'll get started in 3, 2, 1. Oh, Rachel says, I never knew that existed. And that is time. How did you do? I forgot. So I did the rest of Adeshlay's interview, and then I was able to get some stuff done on the next story, which I'm doing. It's called Ty Gift and the Water Guardian. I finished revising the first chapter, and I'm now working on the second chapter. And this is the first time I'm reading this story since I wrote it. So it needs a lot of work. All right, where did I write to the time? Oh, there's the time. 1:58, 2:38. What is that? That's 30 minutes. And I got 290 words added in revisions. All right, let's see how you guys did. And we were talking about in the interview, we were talking about Turkins, because it's kind of like a joke that that between myself and Rita and Deshley and some other people that I think we were all in Rita's chat once. We were talking about the Turkins, and we're like, we should write a story about Turkins or something. But Ben didn't know what that was. So they are a real animal. And if I remember what Rita said, they are a cross between a turkey and a chicken, but they're considered a chicken. And they look like a turkey, but with no feathers on their neck. Really, really cute when they're little, but then really ugly when they're adults. So, and Rachel's like, I never knew that existed. And Devin said, I'll be back. Time to pick up pizza for dinner. Ooh, pizza sounds good. And then Disha said, when they're young, they're cutish. Yep, that's what I was just saying. Yep, when they're older, And the holy Highland cows, because we also talked about Highland cows during that interview. Learn more today. Kind of scary, LOL. And then Eloise, hello. Eloise, I don't know if Eloise is still here, but she did stop in over at Adeshlay's premiere as well. So I got a chance to say hello over there. Hope everyone is having a good day. And then Stacey stopped in, so hello. Good afternoon. Hello, and good afternoon to you too. Joanne says I'm back. Well, welcome back. Stacey, are you working on anything? And then Joanne says, taking my cat out to play and clean her house. My kitties are, I don't know where they're at. Nope, I don't know. They're in here somewhere. I don't know what they're doing. Before that, I got some cooking done, joined another writing sprint, meal prepped for tomorrow. Sounds like you're very busy, but quite productive. So nice. So the question for this time around, the would you rather your pacing be so fast it feels like a blur, or so slow that a single sentence takes 3 pages to unfold? And I kind of did say what I thought already. I think I'd go with the pacing being a blur, especially if that's like just the first draft. So I get to revise, right? I don't want to revise a single sentence that goes on forever. I'd rather revise and add to something that is paced really fast and make it slow down. So Adesha says, welcome back to Joanne. Hello to Stacy. I really would like to add a Highland cow to a story. I don't think I could add a Highland cow to any of my stories because mine don't take place in this world. So I'd have to give it a different name, but I could probably do a Turkin. I think that sounds right. Q5 pacing feels, for question 5, sorry. Pacing feels like a blur. So you'd also choose if pacing feels like a blur. Yeah. Especially for us, right? Adeshla, because we write long. So that would help us, we'd have a short story basically, then we could expand from there. So yes, unfortunately, my cat is very spoiled and decides to think about crossing the street. She got to the end before running back scared due to how windy and cold it was. Oh, yeah. Yeah, my cats didn't really want to go out this morning. And like I said, I didn't really go out very far because of the wind that was coming in. And I knew it was supposed to be cold. I think I saw the report yesterday saying that we were possibly getting snow, or there's possibly snow in the future for us. All right, got through the end of the comments. Not so much. I think this is people are off doing things. Which my kiddo's bus, actually my alarm's going to go off in 3 minutes, so I've got to go fast here. So I got to get my shoes on. So the next question, would you rather, and then we'll go on to our next sprint. Would you rather your book only be reviewable by sentient garden gnomes or by a panel of particularly judgmental house cats? So we can talk about that one when we come back. Pacing feels like a blur, especially due to writing. Right? Yep. Same. So, all right. To take it off. There we go. All right. Let's go ahead and get the next sprint going. So I get ready to go get my kiddo from the bus. I go out there at this time, but the bus doesn't come at this time all the time. Sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't come for like 20 minutes. So I'll be sitting out there for a little bit. All right. Next one in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. All right, and that's time on that sprint. How did you do? It's time 3:43. I got a series of 5s going on here. So last time I wrote for 30 minutes and got 290 words. Even it's an hour sprint, but I had the interview still to finish up for the podcast. So 30 minutes, 290. So factor of 5. This time, it looks like I wrote 10 to 40, 30, 2 plus 3 is 5. So 35 minutes because I had to get my kiddo off the bus. And then I put away some groceries and stuff. And wrote for 230 words. Wrote the wrong number. So lots of factors of 5, this last one, for this book. Yeah, 230 words. And I got to chapter 4, I think, on this novelette. Nope, I'm still on chapter 3 out of 8 chapters for the novelette. So, yeah. Making progress. All right, let's see how you guys did. This is talking about the question that's down below, which is, would you rather your book only be reviewable by sentient guardian gnomes or by a panel of particularly judgmental house cats? So that was the would you rather question. That's kind of wacky. And Joanne's choosing, oh, that was from the one before. Never mind. I thought I was choosing, it was that one. Here it is. She did choose one. But I feel like the cat one is a lose-lose, but that's probably because my own cat judges me. And then that's a great question. So I think it was the question, it's the one here, would you rather have your book be only reviewable by sentient garden gnomes? I think I'd go by the sentient garden gnomes. It doesn't say if they're like mean or anything else. So that means I'd get very varied opinions. That would be across the board versus them just being judgmental. So, yeah, so I think I would go with the gnomes. Yeah, I feel like my cat judges me too. I've just been listening to Cinder Spires by Jim Butcher. There is a talking cat who is a prince that embodies all what I might think of a cat. I actually have a cat in my 3rd book, the one I just finished, A Curse of Spikes and Smoke. She does talk. She talks internally, and that's because she is actually she's like a piece of a god. So God had made her from a piece of himself. And but she doesn't talk for most of the book. But so I love using it because she only talks to, well, I only have the 2 main point of view characters. And she talks to Zane first. And he was like, you just did talk to me, didn't you? And then she doesn't say anything else for like a long time, for like many days. She didn't say anything else. And then when they're talking, there's someone else in the room with them. They're like, are you talking to the cat? Because he says he says things out loud. And when she's talking in his mind. But yeah, I really like it. And then he eats the cat, but doesn't actually eat a cat because she's not really a cat. She's magic. So she turns into a magical item that he can consume. So he gets the powers of the god that he's a piece of the god, or she was a piece of it, the god. But it's kind of fun when he talks about, yeah, I ate Marigold. That's her name's Marigold. And they're like, you ate the cat? Well, she wasn't a cat. She turned into a feather. And like, that doesn't make it any better. And he's like, really, it doesn't. I'm laughing over my own writing. But anyways, I really love this book that I finished. But we'll go. Let's go. After listening to that and his interpretation of how cats judge human behavior, I couldn't imagine how rough it would be if they were very judgy. Yeah, I think they're all judgy. LOL. It'd be hilarious, I'm sure. I think I'm going to go with the cats on this one, at least if I can know the responses. LOL. Hello, Elle Hollingsworth. How's it going? Hope all is well. Lately, I have started writing on my 4th book. Congratulations. That's so exciting. Yeah. I think that's the last one. I lost my train of thought. I was going to go somewhere, but I don't know where I was going to go because I lost it. So we got another question. Let's put this up here. Sprint number 7. And of course it's truncated. I made some really long ones this time. Would you rather all your author photos feature you wearing a rubber chicken on your head, or be taken, the rest is truncated, while you're attempting to juggle flaming pineapples? I think juggling flaming pineapple sounds kind of dangerous. So yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's go ahead. I don't see any other more comments, so let's go ahead and go into the next sprint. And making good progress on this story. Hit the right button. I have to tell myself sometimes what to do because I forget what I was doing. And we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. that is time. How did you guys do? 4:40. Let me figure out my time here. I was on chapter 3, I believe, in the novelette. We went on that sprint, and I finished chapter 3, finished chapter 4, and I just started chapter 5, and there's 8 chapters altogether. So I think I should be able to get through this novelette revision today, which is I gave myself until the 21st to finish all my revisions on these 2 novelettes. And I do know I need to go back to the one that I did earlier this morning, because I remember now that I had highlighted a few sections that I want to go through and figure out different ways of saying things, because it felt cliche to me. And I didn't remember that until I was like working on this one. I was like, well, I'll just go back to it later and do it. So I do have time to get it done. So yeah, what's the time? Okay, 3:54, 6:48 plus 6 is what? 54. So 54 minutes. And I added 438 words in that time in my revisions. We do have the other wacky question up here. Would you rather all of your author photos feature you wearing a rubber chicken on your head, or be taken while you're attempting to juggle flaming pineapples? I don't know if anyone's here to answer any of that. I don't know. Looks like Dreaming Truth came in. Hello, how's it going? And hi, good to see you again, says Joanne. So those are the only 2 comments we have there. And let me just go ahead and get the next banner up. If I was to choose one, I think I kind of chose one already. But if I was to choose one with this wacky question, I would probably rather take the author photo wearing the rubber chicken on my head. And I didn't quite answer it last time, but I did mention how like the flaming pineapples is probably not safe. Probably end up putting yourself on fire if you try to do that one. Unless you know how to juggle. If you know how to juggle, then maybe not. This might be something you can do. It's not something I can do. I have very bad depth perception, so I would take the rubber chicken on the head. So, okay. Adisha says, I just chatted with the other half and our friend, basically younger sister, as they carpooled back home. Oh, nice. I bet that was a nice conversation. Kind of relaxing, probably, too. All right. So putting the next question up there, the next wacky question. Again, it's truncated, so I can't see all of it. Would you rather your literary award ceremony be held in a zero gravity chamber, or be interrupted by a troop of synchronized swimmers? I think hands down, this one's an easy one to answer for me. But if y'all want to answer, it's just wacky questions. Would you rather questions? Okay, let's go ahead and let me see. Actually, I don't know if I have another. I don't have another 1 hour sprint video, so I need to start this over again. We'll start back over again with the cats. Okay. Hit the right button. And we'll get going in 3, 2, 1, good luck. All right, right as soon as that sprint ended, my mouse died. So I'm like, no, I'm trying to put this on pause, and it died. And so I had to hurry up and grab a USB cord to plug it in. So, okay, let's see how you guys did. I was writing down, so it's 59 minutes. Well, I went a long time that time. But 293 words added in revisions. I actually finished the novelette, and that was my first time all the way through, and I made some notes. I got 10 notes here. So now I'm gonna go back through and try to work on these 10 notes that I made for myself for this novelette. And yeah, I think I should be able to finish it today. Yeah, I'll get pretty close. See how you guys did. Left off with Adesha saying I chatted with the other half, and our friend basically, younger sister, is a cardboard back home. That was from the last sprint. So, oh, this timer's too cute. Yeah. Oh, the cat one. Yes, I love the kitty cat one. I do appreciate my synchronized swimmers, but I'd be up for zero. That one was like hands down the experience for me. And so what Adesha is talking about is the wacky "Would you rather" question that I put into the ticker down below, which is, would you rather your literary awards ceremony be held in a zero gravity chamber or be interrupted by a troop of synchronized swimmers? And I would go with the zero gravity chamber anytime. So Mara stopped in. Hello, how's it going? Pop in and say hi and give the video a like. I appreciate that. Thank you. That was about 20 minutes ago, so I missed you, but I appreciate you stopping in. Devin says dinner was good, and we watched the new Running Man movie. Not sure if I'll make that 3K tonight, but words are words. Yes, I love that. Yes, so, celebrate the small stuff, the small wins. Celebrate all the small wins, not stuff, small wins. I think they're all important no matter what, even if we have goals for ourselves. So I know I was thinking about, I actually have hour goals. So like our HOUR hour goals throughout the week. I'm trying to hit 22 hours of writing process, whatever that may look like, brainstorming or drafting or revising or editing, whatever it is. So 22 hours altogether. I have not yet hit 20 hours. That was my goal like 3 years ago, was to hit 20 hours a week, and I hit like 11.33 hours as an average for the week. And then the next year I decided not to go. Well, I haven't gone by hours since then, but I do count up how much I do. And I think the next year I hit 18 hours average, and last year I hit just under 17 hours average. So this is a big jump for me to try to hit 22 hours average a week of writing process, whatever that would be. But so that means I have hour goals every day, and I've already met the ones for today. Thursday's 3 hours, but I'm doing 12-hour days. So, but I'm supposed to do 3 hours tomorrow, and already I'm like, I don't know how I'm gonna get 3 hours in, because I have an appointment in the morning and then something else going on, and then I have I'm doing 1 hour, one sprint tomorrow that is for book marketing. So we'll see. But I'm thinking, well, I'm getting a lot of hours today. I can count that for tomorrow. Anyways, celebrate what you got, right? Whatever you can get accomplished. I did finish my first draft of a kid's book. That's awesome, Mars. I love that. So since you have finished that, I don't know if you're still here. That was a little while ago. You're probably still not here, but what would be the next step? Like, are you planning on do you have like a date in your mind of when you might want to publish it? Or are you going to send it out for submission? I think that might be what you're doing, but I'm not sure. Wow, you're still going. Yeah, 12 hours. I started at 8 a.m. my time, and we are at 6 p.m. my time, so we got 2 more hours. Yeah. Hey, good evening, everyone. Hello, how's it going? It's nice seeing you. I was editing 2 chapters, reading through the book one last time before sending it to my editor. Yeah, that could be like a never-ending thing, right? Of just continuously going through and editing stuff. And there's at some point you have to be like, I'm done with this, because I think we could continue to edit. Is neither option for that question? Yes, you don't have to actually answer it. It's just supposed to be fun questions. It's nothing big. 304, making 1405, 3K for the day. Nice. Do you time block or just goal hours? So sort of time blocking. I'm hoping it's going to work, but already I know things are like interrupting with it. So like right now I have set up my streams to hit those hours 4 days of the week, not the 5th day though. So like Monday's supposed to be 8 hours. And so right now I have Monday set up where I'm going to go 8 hours total of writing, which that's going to make it a long day because I'll be talking in between. And so I don't know exactly what that's going to look like. Tuesdays and Thursdays are 3 hours. That one should be no problem because I've been able to do that consistently for the last year. But it does have to be writing. And so sometimes I get onto like doing admin instead of writing stuff. So that's where I have to be careful. But Wednesday, that's the day I'm not sure about. I need to get 5 hours of writing in, whatever that writing process may look like. And so like I already set up my Wednesday stream for next week. And then I totally forgot I had said yes to an interview with BookFunnel, which I haven't got a response back. They reminded me. They're like, hey, are you still good for Wednesday 21st for interview? And I'm like, oh yeah, I do remember talking to them about that. I remember them asking me that at Author Nation, and I said yes, and I didn't put it down anywhere. So that's supposed to be at noon, which means it's going to interfere with my 5 hours. I'm like, darn. So yeah, I have to figure it out. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I don't know if I'll like do like a 2 hours, because I asked them how long the interview would be for. I'm guessing an hour, because I think BookFunnel does most of their stuff is an hour or less on their channel. I'm assuming this is for their YouTube channel. I don't remember, but because I think we were supposed to be talking about YouTube. I don't really remember. I had too many conversations during Author Nation. I can't remember all of them. So I was like, I could go 2 hours maybe if it's going to be like an hour or less interview, do a 2 hour sprint, and then come back and then get in the rest of my hours I need for writing, or just in the sprint early and then just do the rest of my hours of writing after the interview. I don't know yet. I have to figure it out, but I'm trying to set it up where I have time blocks if I don't forget things that I committed to. So, and then on top of that, there are, I think they're Tuesdays or no, Wednesdays, Mondays. I don't remember what days they are. My kiddo is autistic, and he's got diagnosis with autism, ADHD, anxiety. So he has an IEP and he has a para at school. So the para stays with him all the time. And he's had a para since second grade. And they're trying to phase him out of the para now so that she's not staying with us. So it's the least restrictive environment. And we don't feel he's quite ready for that. I'm like, there's some classes he does really, really good with. And then there's others, like today, he had a meltdown today because they had to do a group project. And the last time it was building something with electronic Legos. And the last time they did it, he got to do most of it. And he does not like working in groups. He says that. I don't like groups. He was like, because I do all the work and everybody just copies me. Is what he said. I'm like, okay, kid. But I think it's funny. But the last time they did this project, he got to do most of it. And I think he liked doing most of it. And this time he had to share and let other people do it. And he had a meltdown over it. And she was there. But even with him there, he still had a hard time dealing with it. So we don't think he's ready for it yet. So we were like, well, for every time that you're having a meeting in which you're discussing fading out the para from the IEP, we want to be there. And so we've got a meeting coming up in February, and then we have another one coming up. I think it's April. It's like every 9 weeks. And we just met on the 6th of January, but the next one's like at the end of February. So that's going to kind of mess with some of the scheduling I have. So, things happen. I'm trying. Long story short. Not really. That was just a long story. There's a long answer to your question. I might send out for queries after. Okay, cool. Yeah, because like children's books probably better to do queries. Yeah. Let us know how that process goes for you. Oops, sent early. I still need more edits, but yay, first draft. Yes, queries the plan right now. Well, I know. I was like asking what you're going to do eventually. I know there's a whole bunch of stuff in between that. I don't know. I guess I always have like an end goal in mind. And but that can create anxiety for me sometimes when I think about, okay, my end goal is to get this published. Wait, I got all these things I have to do in between. So sorry about that, but yeah, query. I know it's a fun question. I just can't imagine being in zero gravity and the synchronized swimmers can only interrupt if we're in water and I can't swim. LOL. What if the synchronized swimmers were in the zero gravity chamber without the water? That would be cool. My good, better, best goals tonight is 1,200 for good. Wait, how many did you got? You have 1,400, so you got good. 2,000 is better, and best is 3,000, so 1,405. Oh, wait, you just said it. I looked back, and you already had it in there. Hi, Devin from JC. Hi, JC from Devin. Oh, I'm sorry, he didn't do well with it. Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, he is getting better. He's getting so much better handling things that, we can see why the school feels like they could start, fading out the para. But just like today is just an example of like, okay, what would you do if she wasn't there? This could have really escalated with nobody there. And you have all these groups in the classroom. I know as a teacher, when I was teaching college level, right? You put them in their groups, you're kind of walking around. So you don't see everything that's happening at all times. What would that have looked like? I don't know. That would be interesting to see, right? The synchronized swimmers in the zero gravity chamber. All right, let's go to the next one. Sprint number 9. So I think we're going to do 10 sprints altogether. So we'll have one more after this. I don't know if it'll be an hour long because that would take us past 8 o'clock. So the second sprint might be like a half hour. But all right, so this one is the wacky would you rather question. Would you rather your book be adapted into a critically acclaimed film that features an all Muppet cast, or a wildly popular video game where the main character is a perpetually confused sloth? We'll discuss that one when we come back. So I think it's funny. And get the next sprint up. I had to find the right button. Here we go. And oh, I didn't click off the message. 1 hour on the clock. And did it already start? It did. Hold on, I need to back it up. 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Can't figure out what button to hit. Okay, so how did you do on that sprint? I finished up my revisions. Well, I think I did that the last time. And I was just going back through, I was going back through the 10 notes I made myself. So I did that. And then I did another quick edit through. And so I got 339 words added in that time. So yeah, and I finished. I got all the way through. I looked up, it was like 27 seconds. So I was trying to write down my time as the timer went off. But yeah, let's see how you guys did. JC's answering the question, which is, would you rather have your book adapted into a critically acclaimed film that features an all-Muppet cast or a widely popular video game where the main character is a perpetually confused sloth? And yeah, I think I would go with the Muppets too. So exactly, can't have one set of eyes on everyone. Yeah, so that was in reference to talking about the schools trying to fade out the para for my kiddo. It's just going to have to step out by finishing the chapter. Woohoo! That's awesome. 6:11. So that was like an hour ago, but hopefully you continue to have great progress. But it sounds like you did. Best sprint yet for me. Added 855 words. Wow, you're close to that 3,000. Now you're at your better goal. So time for some hot cocoa and marshmallows. Ooh, that sounds yummy. So yeah. All right. We're gonna do one more sprint. This will be a shorter one though, because I want to be done before the 8 o'clock hour, and that's like 54 minutes. We do 45, 9 minutes for wrapping up. I think we could do that. Let me get this set up. No, we'll go to that one. Pause. Bring it up on the screen. I do have the next question up there. I'll read it in a second. Try to set this up. Take off the comment so I can see what I'm doing. 45 minutes. That's pretty close. Okay, so the next question, which is the last one for today, that is the would you rather wacky kind of stuff. Would you rather your critique partners communicate feedback exclusively through, it's truncated, so I can't see the rest of it, through interpretive mime or via haikus written on leaves? I think I definitely know which one I'm going to do for this one. So Devin says Muppets hand down also for the Muppets. Yeah, actually, that would be kind of cool, wouldn't it? Especially writing for fantasy. That works well for fantasy. Might be a little strange for like if it was just like contemporary hockey romance or something. No, maybe that still would work. That might still work. Muppets work for all of it, I think. All right, let's go ahead and get this last sprint done. 45 plus 7 is 52. So we'll have like 8 minutes when we get back to close out the show for anyone who's still here. Last sprint. All right, we'll get started. And 45 minutes. Good luck. All right, that is the end. How did you do? I didn't get back to any writing or anything because we do have our monthly it's Women Writing Other Worlds uh, group that I'm a part of. That we used to be just fantasy women writers and fantasy and sci-fi writers, women sci-fi and fantasy writers. Yes, so it's Women Writing Other Worlds, and we have our monthly meetings. So I was just in that, and it's still going. So yeah, that's what I do. And it started on the last hour. We were already ours, but definitely. Okay, so answer to the question, which is the last wacky, weird question I have for the night, is would you rather your petite partners communicate exclusively through, I guess just want to tell somebody didn't, interpretive mime or via haikus written on leaves? So, where did I leave off? I think it was here. So Devin says haikus. I suck at charades. LOL. You might think interpretive mimes. It's possible someone else is doing it. Oh, but you have to try to interpret it. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah, haikus are probably better. You're right. JC also says haikus definitely. I'm a poet at heart, so I would love that. I'm also not good at charades, so there's that. So proud of these latest lines. Habel pulled the ring from her finger and let it fall. She walked forward, the men falling as she passed. Their once life force now belonged to her. God, she sounds evil. I like it too. Yeah. Added 254 words for Devin. Thank you.